This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. It is indeed time for the sunset safari of today. Beautiful afternoon, lots of clouds, but blue sky is pushing on through. The sun is out, but we have got our rain roof on just in case. You never know these days. My name is Lauren, and once again I have Davi on camera, and we are sitting at the sort of southern side of quarantine. I'm just wondering if those female tracks were Miss Tlalamba walking up and down, possibly hunting. We're not seeing tracks of her anywhere else, which makes me think that she could be on a kill, either with her little bambinos or not. So we're going to try and search a little bit of a different area today, and then bounce back and forth, as you know, to the hyena den. So before I forget, I must remind you all that this safari is completely live and completely interactive. You really can talk to us. We want you to. So send in your comments, questions, topics, anything you like using the hashtag WildEarth on Twitter. Or if you're on the WildEarth website, you can actually register and submit your questions there under the live safari page. Ah, look at that skyline.
Just scanning the street.
That is summer. What have you got there, Davi?
Nothing, it seems.
Oh, nothing, it seems, just a pretty tree. Okay, and kids, if you are watching, please do send in your questions. You send them in via email. And the email address is kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Now we are going to pop into a 2-track. This 2-track is very popular with the likes of Tungana, Tlalamba, the dogs. Ray, you said you're very excited for another bumble. Me too. It was slow this morning, but it had to be with the weather. We finally managed to catch up with Hart and Cub, and of course Rowan and the Nkuhumas. So I think we're going to have a fantastic sunset safari. We're just going to take it easy bumbling in here. Off-roading in summer is it's really quite something, because you just can't see the logs and the stumps and everything else. Okay, but we're going to start. This Rebecca's drainage is a drainage that Tlalamba just loves, and false alarm. Tlalamba's tracks were sort of bouncing up and down here, so we're just going to check. Why not? When you take 2 tracks like this, you can see it's an established 2-track. This is when you will actually find life, like nests, because you're so close to the vegetation, or other leopards or danes or things that you don't normally see when you're driving the same roads time and time again. Wow, so I feel like I'm driving in the Mara here with this grass. Okay, this is extremely beautiful. We're going to look high and low for any signs of our princess, but for now, let's take a look at the weather.
Hello everyone, and welcome on your afternoon safari. What we're pointing at now is it's actually the branches we dropped this morning to point out where the lines are. It's just like subtle little signs in the bush to say, okay, turn north here and head towards the drainage line and go look for the Nkuhumas. So this is where we left them. So this afternoon you are with me, Rowan, Odie behind the camera, and our plan is actually just to quickly pop in here, see if they are still where we left them. It's the whole process of relocation. But now they might have moved. As you saw this morning when we left, some of the females were up, they were walking towards a pan, coming back. The youngsters mostly in a shady spot, but now with the sun shifting and everything like that, they might have moved again a little bit. So yeah, just to build up the excitement a little bit, decided to stop here, show you that subtle little hint, and then hopefully they are there. So let's continue. Mind you, if you ever go on safari, please don't ask the guide, what does this branch mean? What does that branch mean? Because often it's just an elephant leaving a branch on the road. So fingers crossed, holding thumbs, they did not move too far. I got a message from a friend of mine this morning saying they saw 7 members of the Nkuhuma Pride, and this morning we counted 9 here, 3 lionesses and 6 youngsters or cubs. Of course, the first time we had them, they were just here on the left, and then they started moving and they ended up here where they are not now. So it's the whole process of relocation. Mind you, they might be in the dip, but before we do that, let's actually have a quick look at a pan system. I agree with you, some lions would be phenomenal. There's a tire track going in here. So I think Fanoti and Mish came here after I did. I'm not too sure if they did see them. But it shouldn't take too long to find. Well, that's what I said this morning, and then it took 2 hours, even though I heard them when I was walking. But I can imagine they just found a nice shady spot and decided to relax there because they have eaten. All of them had rather full bellies. And so I don't really see why they would have moved too far, especially because today was hot. It's still quite humid. Okay, so we are going to spend a bit of time here, just quickly have a look while we send you across to JP, who's got a giraffe.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Eco Trading Pridelands. At the moment we are watching a number of giraffe that's busy browsing. One that we can see over here is busy browsing on a knob fawn, which is one of their favorite foods. It just seems that it's actually moving off now. So my name is JP LaRue, and behind the camera we've got BK. One of the reasons why giraffe can be tolerating all this direct sunlight, unlike us fellows sitting in the shade at the moment, is that they're very effective with actually managing their temperatures. And one of the things that they have is those patches on the skin. It doesn't only act as a way of camouflaging them and breaking up their patterns when they are standing behind a tree, but they're also like little vents, thermal vents, which actually dissipates heat. So therefore making it more effective for them to be able to tolerate direct sun. Another animal that I also admire in terms of being able to tolerate a lot of sun and direct sun is elephant. And what we do find that both of these animals have in common is that they have to spend a lot of time actually feeding, so they can't actually only operate in the coolest part of the day as many other species do. And if you look at elephants as well as giraffe, they pretty much spend some 18 to 19 hours of their day actually focusing on feeding. So our plan for this afternoon is we're going to actually do a little bit of dam hopping and look for little pockets of shade as it's actually blistering hot. Good afternoon, Benjamin, and welcome to the show. Yes, and that's a great word to actually describe it. And if we actually do look at the name giraffe, it comes from the Arabic language and means the one that's graceful or the one that works or walks swiftly. I just love watching them walking, and if you do see them walking, you'll notice the front and back on the right, followed by the left, front and back moving forward. You just see our giraffe directly in front of us now. Now it's unfortunately come to a standstill, and it started focusing on browsing again. Although we do consider it as a browser, it does take a small amount of grasses as well. And it's only a handful of times that I've actually seen them feeding on grasses. Good afternoon, Victor, and welcome to the show. And to answer your question, how do they get used to the oxpeckers? The oxpeckers are actually doing them a favor. So they actually remove parasites in general, but they can also be a nuisance, especially if there's open wounds on a giraffe, and they can open those, and that will enable flies to lay eggs again in there. And then those oxpeckers will continuously dig out those fly larvae in that open wound. So oxpeckers don't only just remove and feed on ticks, they also will feed on scabs and blood, and also, strangely enough, earwax, which is something that not a lot of animals can digest. I think, as far as I know, there's only 2 groups of birds in Southern Africa that can digest wax, and that is both the honeyguides as well as oxpeckers. And honeyguides are pretty good with doing so. There is a number of animals that actually don't like oxpeckers when they do land on them, and one of those animals is actually waterbuck. And it's a handful of times I've actually did see oxpeckers trying to land on them, and every time that we did see that happening, they would directly run underneath the undergrowth or in the bush and try and get rid of the oxpecker. There's a study that was done on it, and they were not 100% sure why, but they assume that it's to do with the fact that they reckon that oxpeckers can potentially also bring diseases to them, and that might be the reason why they want to get rid of them. And then elephants as well. Once or twice I did see them landing on elephants, and elephants have got a very effective oxpecker swatting device, which is called a trunk, and they'll very quickly get rid of them if they do try and land on them. So far, I've been actually enjoying all the answers and question sessions that we had so far this afternoon. If there's any viewers that have any specific questions throughout the show, please feel free to ask. We love questions. They make our job so much easier for us, and they also guide us into the right direction of providing information which you are curious about. I'm busy looking at our giraffe, and at the moment it's now focused on a tamboti tree. For those of you viewers that are familiar with tambotis, they are pretty toxic plants. They've got a milky white latex, which actually will cause blindness and irritation on our skins, but for some reason giraffe can tolerate it. Good afternoon and welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. We just apologize for that little tech issue that we had there. We just lost Chuma, and we're just now focusing on a number of giraffe that's feeding in the distance. We still have one of them in visual. There was a group of approximately 3 or 4 of them that's scattered about. It seems that they're mostly bulls. And for those first-time viewers that don't know how to separate males from females, it's fairly easy. The bulls are the ones with the bald spots on top of the ossicones, and an ossicone is that little horn-like structure which they have on top of their head to protect their head when they are feeding or bumping against objects when they bring their head up. So the females, there's like a little hair-like paintbrush tip to their ossicones. However, young bulls also have tips that resembles that of the female's ossicones. It's also always easier to actually look at a number of other structures that you can use to identify them. And some of those structures is the thickness of the neck. In terms of males, they're much thicker necked, they're much longer necked, they're also taller, larger, and generally darker in color. And if you're still not 100% sure, rather check underneath the belly and you'll notice the penis sheath of the male. But it's not always visible, especially when they're standing in thick vegetation. What we also do find is that the coloration in terms of darkness is not always accurate. As mentioned in a number of times before, females can actually have a much darker coloration than that a bull has that I've seen in the past. So there's always exceptions to the rule in nature, and generally when you do find incredibly dark animals, it tends to be due to a double recessive gene from both of the parents. Also in terms of darkness, it's also normally age related, and the older the individual, the darker the color pattern will be. Good afternoon and welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. It seems that we've just lost Juma and have some tech issues at the moment, which will soon be resolved. At the moment, we're still with our giraffes and watching them as they're feeding. By the time that you were leaving us a little bit earlier, it was still feeding on a tamboti, and it's now moving off away from the tamboti into the next tree. And what we generally find is that they will feed for a certain amount of time on a plant and then move off, as those plants will generally accumulate a large amount of toxins in the leaves, a number of other chemicals such as tannins, which makes it unpalatable. However, I'm absolutely amazed that a giraffe can feed on such toxic plants. Just going to see if we can reposition the vehicle and actually get a little bit of a better view of him. Good afternoon, Lorraine, and welcome to the show. And to answer your question of how far they would go, we don't find that they're territorial. They actually have home ranges, so they normally wander quite big distances. And quite often you find that the bulls tend to also wander much larger distances than that the females would do. Just going to reposition the vehicle over here in the shade. But most of the time, we often see the same giraffes in the same places or fairly close by to the same areas. Oops, there's a little rock over there. Let's see to what our giraffe has moved this time. And it seems it's actually gone to another tamboti, which it's feeding on. For those of you that are not familiar with tamboti trees, they're actually one of the toxic trees that we always get taught not to use for firewood, as even the fumes of this tree can actually upset you quite drastically and make you incredibly ill. It's also one of the trees that's out here that's often used by traditional hunters for actually using it to fish. And what they will do is they'll take that incredibly toxic milky latex and they will either drip it onto grass bundles that they tie to a stone and then throw it into a water pool, or they will break up the bark and swim all the fragments and then throw that into the water, and that will then cause the fish to start floating to the top as it deoxygenates the water, and it makes it easy to collect the fish. It might seem as a very crude method of actually catching fish, but you must also remember that luxuries such as fishing lines, fishing hooks, and fishing nets was only something that's been recently introduced in the last 100 or so years. And this is still a traditional method of fishing throughout a number of different parts of Africa. One of the things that I do also admire about giraffes is how they can actually tilt their heads back. And if you can notice, it's almost up at a 90-degree angle now again. And the reason why they can do that is because of the specialization of the atlas and the axis vertebra, which enables it to tilt in that way. We also find that when it does come to the vertebra, they got precisely the same amount of vertebra as that we have. But in the case of a giraffe, it's just much more elongated. watch our giraffe. Let's go and see what Rowan is up to.
Okay, so the relocation process is taking longer than I thought. I took a quick walk into the drainage line where we left them, and it turned out the carcass, whatever it was, there's just some bone fragments left there now and flattened grass basically where all of them were feeding. But it looked like majority of the cubs were going in a westerly direction, actually in the drainage line, and it is rather scary to walk there. I mean, adrenaline levels are up and heart's racing. Your senses are just peaking. Basically, any twig of a branch, anything that sounds like a little growl, or any bird flying off a tree, you hear, you pick up that sound. And yeah, I mean, this morning after the tracking session, I think I removed 7 ticks from my legs and feet, so that's not ideal either. But like I said, we'll spend a bit of time here trying to see if we can find them. I just like to know which pan system they went to. So what I might do is go across to the next road that runs parallel on the northern side and just quickly check pans there, see if they went for a drink and maybe fell asleep. But it is so thick down there in the drainage system, and you're basically walking in between 2 ridges, and the last thing I want to do is look up and there's a lioness staring at me with 6 cubs. So yeah, they will become a little bit defensive, but it's nice. It's always nice to be on foot and experience this alone. To be honest, I don't think I would want to do that with guests, because then you almost feel like everyone's safety is in your hands. And so we would not walk with people in a place like, well, I would not. And you walk so slowly. But nice that we found the carcass. Jesse, you kind of get to know an area. So I mean, the first few drives on Juma, I had absolutely no idea where I was. And I'll be honest, I was lost a couple of times. I mean, you sort of have an idea where camp is if the sun is out, because you know you're either driving east, west, north or south. So you have this idea in your mind where camp is, how many lefts you took, how far east or west you went. But yeah, I mean, everyone first time would get lost, especially on a cloudy day. So today we're quite lucky. I mean, there's a bit of sunshine. Cloud cover isn't too much that it's actually just blocking out the entire sun. But I remember on my first 2 days, it was just completely cloudy. So then you've no idea where any cardinal point is. I will spend an hour here looking for them before we actually move out, and then I just want to, explore a few different areas, go past Twin Dams, see if there's anything there. Sorry, Odie, this bush is coming with us. Oh goodness, let me try reverse out of here. I'll actually go through there rather. We kept the roof on just for in case, because I mean, what happened yesterday is that rainstorm literally just came out of the blue, so we didn't want to run that risk today, which makes off-roading a little bit more challenging. So I think let's explore a few of these pan systems and see if we can figure out where they went. Julia, first of all, your experience is completely different. like I said, your senses peak, absolutely peak. And then when tracking something, it's a lot slower and there's no sound of the vehicle, so you'd be able to hear something like this morning. I mean, I would not have heard them feeding if I was driving Rusty around the area. So rather walk, you can slowly look for tracks as you go, looking around as well. That's just a much slower process, and then of course it does less damage to the bush. So even us driving around, I mean, that's why we take such care in driving over, well, trying to avoid driving over certain trees, trying to avoid driving over most trees. But still, when you drive in there, you compact the bush quite thoroughly. And it's just a struggle for things to grow again, even if you're just compacting soil. I mean, look at this, years and years of driving here and nothing grows on the 2-track at all. So you can imagine if you drive too many times in the bush, exactly the same thing would happen. Of course, we want to take care of our natural world, so we try to do that as little as possible, which is why I'll most likely spend quite a bit of time on foot again this afternoon, see if we can just figure out where exactly these lions went. But I don't think they've made it back to the road yet. Funny, this is the second time. So yesterday morning we left the wild dogs and went back to the same spot thinking we were going to find them in the same spot. Then we had to track them and we found them, and it proved to be a beautiful, beautiful afternoon. But now the lions are doing exactly the same thing to me. We'll probably need to track them for a little while and hopefully find them. These animals on Juma are making me work. And I know they'll have their heads down. So if I do walk, hopefully they hear me and pop it up, rather than me stepping on someone's tail. That's, by the way, never happened to me with lions. Nearly happened to me with a leopard cub that it was actually the Nyala female when she was tiny. We backtracked the mom to try to figure out where she left the cubs, and yeah, backtracked in there. Her and her brother were lying down in a drainage line sort of thing, but trying to hide from us because they're so small that mom says sit, stay put, and they sit and stay put. But then yeah, walked a little bit too close, and luckily I think she was probably from me to this apple leaf away, to give an idea, so very, very close by. And I just quickly glimpsed to the left, saw her, carried on walking, and yeah, we could actually drive in just to show the people we found the leopard, because she did not move from there. If you then start walking towards them, that's when they snarl and they run away. So if you act like you didn't see them, they're perfectly fine and they stay in the same spot. That day it worked out well for me. Let's hope today works out well for me. I mean, this morning already worked out well. Just a little bit annoyed. They made me track them for 2 hours and I have to track them again. Part of the fun, hey?
Well, we are on a bit of a mission. We're on a 2-track. It's taken us a bit of a while to sort of get here, just to check one of the dens that I believe Karula and Tandy used. And it's just off Rebecca's. So it's on the southern side of Rebecca's. And it's a 2-track, so we're just making our way along, but we're going very, very, very cautiously. And we just thought we'd stop and see if we can see any insects buzzing around. It's amazing when you go off the beaten track, quite literally, what you see. Things jumping, things hopping, things flying, things buzzing. And it's just really beautiful because it's new terrain. It's a property that I know so well, but it's also new terrain. It's not a track that you drive that often. No one really comes here now unless there is a sighting, but it's an old den site, and Tlalamba has been seen in these areas. So I just want to check it, cross that one off, and then keep going with our mission. But my goodness, it's rather hot. So we're going to keep bumbling. We were snacking on some berries from the white berry bush. We're just in low range. We're going to make our way through and then see if we can see any insects along the way. Stunning. I remember walking this area a fair bit, but it's not an area I've done too much on the vehicle. But walking, yes. So we're not too many. There you go. These are the white berries. And to be honest, Davi, what do you think of them?
They're delicious.
Do you think they're delicious?
If they're a bit more fleshy.
If they're more fleshy. I'm going to be honest and say, okay, Davi, I'm going to give you one. And then I'm going to have one. I'm going to do a live tasting session. They're very small. I mean, look at them in the size of my hand. They're teeny tiny. Davi, there's lunch. Don't go all out.
Thank you.
Quite bitter. Very bitter, but not bad. How would I describe it? I don't actually love it. Dobby? He loves it, okay. Not bad, but not amazing. Not compared to the sour plums and the marula fruit. I know it's so common and so cliche, marulas, but honestly, I mean, there is a reason that they are the favorite, and there's a reason that they make amarula from that fruit. So delicious. You can actually end up eating far too much, though, I must say. You can really go to town on the marula fruits. And because they're so small, you can just keep eating and eating and eating. Okay, the den site is just here. We're just trying to navigate very carefully. This way? I think Dobby's taking me the wrong way here.
Oh, wow.
Conrad, we get asked this quite a lot, and I haven't, I'm afraid. I definitely haven't.
This nest on it.
Oh, community nest spiders, hello. But I know that people do, and of course it's very, very sweet jam. I don't actually have a sweet tooth. I don't crave sweet things. I don't crave chocolate. I don't ever want sweet things. I'm a real savory person, chips and nuts and anything savory. But yes, I haven't made... Oh, they're moving. The spiders must be out. I need to get a good look at my monitor. These are community spiders. Arachnids in general are really not social, but these guys, well, they are. The males, poor males, really, they just live their entire life terrorized in fear of the females. But here, this nest, it might look like a mess to the human, and I guess we would call it a mess. But it's actually quite organized. There's lots of little areas, lots of little funnels and tunnels and bathrooms and bedrooms. Oh, look at that. It's like Halloween stuff right there. And the males are much smaller than the females. So they just live in absolute fear of them. Your entire goal in life is to, well, avoid the females. Davy, hold on a minute. Would you not say that web is really golden?
Yes.
Yeah. There's only one thing that could make a golden web. I want to stick my head out. Where are you? Look, this is yellow. I wonder if there's a golden orb up here as well. The community nest spiders do not make yellow webs. I'm desperate to put my first Orby on camera. I don't want to break it, so I'm not going to drive any further. But that looks really, really yellow. Okay, we're going to need to very cautiously navigate. The den's right here. We just need to sort of very sensitively move. Okay, as I make my way to an old den side, might not be active, I believe JP has found some baboons.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. At the moment, we're actually watching a troop of chakma baboons. And chakma baboons is the only species of baboons that we have in this part of South Africa. We do find, however, that there's quite a wide variation in size as well as the amount of hair that they have on them throughout different parts of South Africa, especially those in around the Cape where the temperatures are much cooler and also where the winters are much colder. It tends to be much longer haired compared to the ones that we have over here in the savanna regions of South Africa, which tends to be much shorter haired as well as smaller in appearance. When it does come to the social structure of these animals, we find that the males will dominate females. And we find if you're a young female that are born to a dominant female, you automatically will enjoy dominance throughout your life. If you're a young male that's born to a dominant female, you will only enjoy that for a short part of your life, but that will give you a little kickstart, enabling you to be that little bit larger, and hopefully you will also be able to become one of the dominant males within that group, or actually the males will actually immigrate out of that group into another group. So what we also do see is that when it does come to leadership in a group like this, it's not single leadership, but a number of individuals which are actually in charge of the group. We see a very similar type of behavior with buffalo, and the social organization is generally referred to as an oligarchy. But what I do find particularly interesting about these oligarchies is that it's not the strongest individual in the case of baboons which will be the leader. It's actually depending on who's your friends. And if you have two individuals that are strong allies and friendships with you, those two actually might put you into power, and you might automatically outrank the other two individuals that might be slightly larger than that you are. Also, when it does come to sleeping places, we see that the dominant males are the ones that choose the most secure sleeping places at night. And for them, the ones that risks it then is actually leopard. Good afternoon, Momo, and welcome to the show. With regards to your question if monkeys or baboons are most destructive, they can actually be equally destructive if you give them the opportunity. But animals don't become destructive on their own. It's actually because of humans enabling them to become destructive that they do become so. And that's quite often where people will think that it's a good act or kind act to actually feed animals, which is not. And as soon as you start feeding animals and they start associating humans with food, that's where the risk can come in. But baboons can create absolute havoc inside your house. And I've seen in the past where they've actually ripped sliding doors open and got into kitchens and created a large amount of destruction inside there. It's not the only thing that they leave. They urinate as well as defecate all over the place as well. And that stench will stay inside your house for quite a few days. So one of the things that we always do look out for when I do leave a home, I make sure that my windows are closed and my tent is zipped up to make sure that there's no baboons that are going to come into my camp. And if you are camping and you do have food with you, it's always best to keep it either in a vehicle or away from where you sleep, as that monkeys and baboons and species such as honey badgers and hyenas can also potentially break into your tent to come and steal food. Good afternoon, Bianca, and welcome to the show. And with regards to your question, if baboons are good mothers, yes, I think that they are absolutely good mothers as well. When it comes to any form of threat, the males also form very good fathers, as well as protectors of the group. And we'll see that they'll immediately rush in to come and protect the rest of the group against a potential threat. In the past, I've seen them attacking both leopard as well as mobbing hyena. Generally, they will actually go into a tree if they can escape, but they can actually kill leopard. And we do find that when leopards do go for them, they actually will follow the ones that are straggling behind and catch them, or they will actually target baboons which are sleeping inside trees at night time when their eyesight is not so great. So something that I did see a few days ago, which I actually found very interesting, was watching vervet monkeys. I wasn't deliberately watching them, I was actually driving on my way home, and there was a small little vervet monkey that was sitting in the middle of the road, and obviously it was in harm's way. And what I did see is that the male was actually the one that rushed into the road and grabbed this little vervet monkey and then put it down back onto the ground close by to where the mother was, and then from there it made its way and jumped back onto the mom. It seems as if we've lost visual of some of our baboons now, and we're going to start moving on and see what else we can go and find. Let's go and see what the rest of the team is up to.
Guys, so we've circled the entire block, and just to make sure no tracks are coming out. Also checked every pan on Ingwe Link. So now checking one last pan, and then yeah, I'll have to go walk in that little riverbed system. Actually follow the tracks quite slowly, see if they've ventured off that way. And I keep finding that female leopard's track. Luckily there are 6 cubs, so if one was walking in a certain direction, at least 2 or 3 would follow the same path, and the others could potentially follow a different path. But so this was our plan, just to quickly check the pan systems, see if they were lying down in the shade, maybe close to it. Even if they are, you know, from the road, it's very, very tough to see. Mostly banking on the sound of the vehicle, at least getting the attention of 1 or 2 females. Got a big pan system here on our left, and by the looks of it, only hyena tracks going in this direction. And of course they are done feeding, so they're not really making any sound. I can imagine they are just passed out somewhere in the shade, cooling down. So yeah, life would have been a lot easier if they were just lying down here. And it's a lovely leadwood, lots of shade, quarry, lots of shade. But it's a sandy road. You would see at least one truck if they had to cross over this road towards the pan, which they haven't. So yeah, they are probably still in this drainage line somewhere there. I think they just moved further off from the carcass, specifically having the small cubs there. You know, it's safe for them, even if hyenas come. I mean, it's 3 big lionesses, really very amazing shape, very muscular, but they would just not want to run the risk of putting their cubs in danger. So I think they are lying down somewhere in a nice shady cool spot in the riverbed, and now we're gonna have to go find them on foot. So we got an update from Michael Fleetwood that these lionesses are actually, they are sired by the Birmingham boys, which Birmingham boys comes from Birmingham Pride. And I was actually saying that to Odie this morning, is that these lionesses are huge. They kind of remind me of the Birmingham lionesses. So yeah, the cubbies would be grandchildren of the Birmingham boys. It's lovely how everything is just connected out here. Louise, every single summer for the last 9 years, I've had to deal with ticks in the bush. Certain places worse than others, and then of course, just after rain, even worse. But yeah, in this grass, they are absolutely unavoidable. I had one on my chest, to give you a little idea of how high this comes. Of course, so I mean, some of the grass here, if I had to stand next to this piece, it actually would probably, yeah, kind of reach my stomach, my chest almost. Of course, you walk through a lot of that. I mean, not every single piece of grass has a tick nest on it, but you just need one, and they kind of spread out and start biting into you. Luckily, I mean, I've only had tick bite fever twice. The first time worse than the second time. I think maybe your body grows a little bit immune to it. Still 0 tracks of them coming this way. Yeah. Odie, I'll just have to go for a little walk in a while. This will be fun. No, Lenny, so the tick, it needs to be a specific tick and have the disease with it. It's like a malaria mosquito, so you're not always going to end up with tick bite fever. And so when I was younger, everyone used to tell me, no, don't scratch off a tick, because if the head stays in you, you're going to get tick bite fever, and that is also a lie. It needs to be a particular tick, very specific, that bites you, and they are around. But no, you're not always going to get tick bite fever. Thank goodness. Then I would have had it 1,000,000 times. Let's sit here for a little while. Our vehicle truck's coming out from here. No, sorry, going in from here. Yeah, okay, so that's ours. Okay, so I am gonna go for a quick walk in there. Literally goes against everything about my training, but I'm actually rather excited, and hopefully I can find him in a quick 15 minutes. But for now, we'll send you over to JP, who's at a watering hole.
Welcome back to Eco Training Providence. While Rowan is out on foot looking for the lions, we're busy watching a leadwood tree at the moment. If you notice over here, it's actually been smoothed out over many years, as we see that a number of different animals have actually used it as a rubbing post. And what you'll also notice is that the bark has also been removed over here, as if the animals were actually rubbing. So quite often they'll come and visit the dam over here, collect a large amount of mud on top of their bodies, and then they will make sure that the mud is used to cool themselves down, but also to get rid of parasites. And what happens is the mud eventually will dry, and as it starts peeling off, ticks will also come off the coat of the animals. And some of the species that we do find that's responsible for wallowing over here, firstly starts with, generally at this height, we can always look for warthogs, as they're roughly about the same height as my knee. And generally with warthogs, you'll also find fine hairs as well as long hairs from their back as well, which they often will use actually to raise, to make themselves look a little bit more intimidating. And roughly up to this height over here, we get buffalo, and then up to 1.7 meters roughly in height, it's normally rhinos. And as you can see over here, it's definitely elephant that has been actually coming to come and wallow over here. It's not the only animals that actually wallow. In the case with some species such as hyena that will also come and wallow over here, but I've never ever seen a hyena using a tree as a rubbing post, and they purely do it to actually cool themselves down. And once before, I've actually noticed at this very same dam where hyenas actually killed a young buffalo calf and actually dragged it into the water so that it could remain hidden from the sight of jackals as well as vultures that could potentially detect that. And the reason why, there's no sight of in terms of that can be seen, as well as no predator can smell it as it's concealed. And in their case, the only real threat that can take their food away is crocodiles. But in this case over here, we don't have any crocodiles as yet at Pridelands. But we're always very cautious when we do approach water bodies, and you should never become complacent with any water body in the Lowveld region of South Africa and think that there's no chance that you might bump a crocodile over there. And Bika is actually very cautious of it as well. He always says to me when I come down to his dam, I must please make sure that there's no crocodiles. We're just busy looking at a dragonfly over here, and the one that we have over here is a female. In general, the females are very dull colored. And if I look at them and how they actually come close by to us where we were sitting and moving with us as that we are moving and catching small little insects, that's typically the behavior of a banded groundling. The females are also much more difficult to actually identify compared to the males of most species that are actually very distinct and very easy to actually identify. We did try and actually get the camera onto one of the male banded groundlings a little bit earlier. Unfortunately, he was chased off by another male that has also set up a territory in that area. Quite often you see that they will actually chase as well as bash one another with the wings. Very similar to the behavior that you will see with butterflies when two males enter one another's territory. Good afternoon, Graham, and welcome to the show. And with regards to your question, how delicate is the dragonfly's wings? If you're going to touch it, you can potentially damage it. However, the wings are fairly strong. And what I have also noticed in the past, we actually looked at a dragonfly, and one of the learners by accidentally touched the dragonfly as that it actually came out of the water and it diced on the edge of the water where it shedded its skin and then crawled out, and that actually created the wing damage to the wing. So at that point, yes, it's still very soft, but now it's quite rigid. I'm just always amazed how strong they are in terms of flying. There's a number of different species that are from incredibly small dragonflies to incredibly large dragonflies. And one of them is a emperor that is almost 14, 15 centimeters in size. Has black and yellow bands on it, which is quite a diagnostic feature in terms of the size as well to identify it. There's a number of different dragonflies which I really like, and they are actually a group that's called widows, and they're some of my favorite of all the dragonflies, especially with the patterns on the wing. Quite often the wing patterns are quite distinct as well, and you'll notice that some of them have a lot of color to the wing, some of them don't have a lot of colors to the wing, some of them has got bands on the front wing, some of them has only got bands on the hind wing, or on both wings. So you can look at those combinations as well when it does come to identifying it, and then you just use the overall color of a specific dragonfly to start off in terms of looking for it. But once you start learning the different groups of dragonflies, then it actually also makes it easier when you start looking at the different groupings. Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. We're busy watching a number of different dragonfly species this afternoon. And we're just going to do a short little silent segment and watch a little dragonfly. And if it does move off, BK is just going to share a number of the landscapes features with you. And we're also just going to let you listen to the different sounds of nature. We made it to shade. My goodness, both Darby and I are sweating, to be completely honest. It is hot. Well, we checked out the inside and it's beautiful. What an area. I've actually had sightings there before. Completely overgrown, lush, thick, dense drainage, termite mound, shade. It really is a perfect day inside. We didn't see any signs of anything, but naturally it's so thick. And we also checked Philemon's Dip Den 1, just because I haven't seen any signs of corky. And being the matriarch, you would think that although she doesn't have cubs of her own, you would think that she would spend some time at the communal den. And obviously I'm not there all the time, but I really do try to keep popping back in and get my timing right. You would think you would see corky.
The matriarch should be around. Anything communal, she should be present. And that's what's making me think possibly, which could be Deno. I could also be wrong in that one, but I think it's just always worth to check. So we popped in at Philemon's Den number 1, which was really Corky's favourite, to be honest. And no luck, definitely no creature is using that den. So we're just stopping to get some shade. The Impala definitely don't have the same idea as me. You guys must be hot. You see that immediate reaction? He heard something. Just out of the rain roof pole. Our favourite hippo in Treehouse Dam. Jenna, no they won't. They have lots of hair covering their skin, and generally they will seek shade. They're obviously exposed now. I think they were just drinking when we arrived. But just like our skin, we can handle sun. Naturally, some skin better than others, and they will have melanin in their skin, which will protect it a lot more than if they didn't. And immediately they will seek shade. At the very, very hot window, that sort of window between 11 and 3, they will be absolutely in the shade, avoiding it. It's intrinsic, really. Too hot, seek shade. Too cold, seek warmth. Even for humans. The Treehouse Dam's not really looking that full. I've seen it much fuller than this. It's a wonderful dam for dragonflies, but we're not terribly close to the water's edge. I just need a little bit of shade myself. We've been bundabashing through that drainage line for quite a while. I guess yes and no, Chloe. Drainage lines are just offshoots of a riverine system. So when you say the word river, it can actually be misleading. It's actually better to say river system, because a river is just something that flows. We all think of a sort of big river that we have near us and water is flowing. However, there's so much happening there. There'll be lots of offshoots. There'll be all sorts of drainage lines that come from the river. There'll be groundwater that comes from the river. There will also be lots of vegetation that is part of that river system. So it's actually better to call it that. And if you think of my map, just let me get my bearings on the map. Okay. I can't find my porky pointer, so I will use a feather. Davi, are you ready? Now this is Juma. And see here, you can see Mowati. Now this Mowati really runs from... It actually comes all the way from Buffelshoek and runs all the way down Twin Dams Road. That's another reason I love Twin Dams Road. It comes all the way down south. But here, the other blue lines are just the drainage lines. And if water really did flow and we received extraordinary amounts of rain, the drainage lines would also flow. It's a system here, a system of water. So normally drainage lines will sort of end up in a water body, but not necessarily so. Water bodies are just sort of natural geological depressions where maybe through weathering or erosion, they've created a depression in the land that naturally when there's rain, it will fill up. So you can see here, this Buffelshoek Dam right in the corner, my least favorite dam. And you can see there are drainage lines offshooting all of this. It's all collective. It's all to do with the movement of water across land. So I guess in answer to your question, Chloe, then yes, you will always find a water body that is connected to different drainage systems. But naturally our Mowati is not flowing, but we have had it flowing. Tristan, Sebastian and I danced in the flowing Mowati and we couldn't drive it forever. But right now that's not quite the case. Dee 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 dee. I'd love to put a Dieterich's on camera, I just can't see it. Okay, do you feel like you've had enough shade, Dov? You want more?
Yes.
It's a toss-up between just getting a little bit more shade and then, of course, bumbling. I've got so many areas I want to check. I do want to check the den, I do want to check Quarry Panda, and I do want to really investigate. Try and find where all our animals are moving. Yes, we know where you're moving, Hippo. I'm so jealous of you right now. Oh. He's even trying to make me jealous by just keeping half of his head up. Or a quarter of his head, should I say. Sorry, I didn't catch that FC one more time. Are you getting that, doggy?
Yes.
Go for it.
It's from Whitemane. She gets emperor dragonflies in central London.
Very nice. You get emperor dragonflies in central London. One of my favorites. The emperors are the largest we get out here. Dragonflies are very widespread. Can't imagine them being in central London, no, but you will find them in cities as well. Must be around the water. You must have water near you. Lucky, lucky you. Emperor dragonflies are just awesome. Okay, we are going to keep bumbling and see what else is happening on the reserve. I can see the groundlings now. Not emperors, Whitemane, but I can see the southern banded groundling. Okay, we are going to keep moving and see what else we can find.
Guys, I haven't gone for a walk just yet. I think I'm still trying to convince myself. It's just because this is a pride I've never walked before, so I don't really know how they're going to be on foot. So that's going to happen soon. Also, it is quite hot, so we are doing the same thing as Lauren, just find a quick shady spot. And then, luckily it's shady in the drainage line, but it's just very humid there. And the good news is it's not a very long distance between the two roads if they are in this dip in the drainage line. And the clouds are clearing up. It doesn't look like we'll be receiving rain. So probably no use for the rain roofs this afternoon, but again, rather just have it. They provide nice shade as well every now and then if we park in the right way. Beautiful jackalberry here. So yeah, tracks of that female leopard is also around here. That was actually going the opposite direction. the opposite direction that we're facing now. Oh, and the birds are chirpy. Black-crowned tugger, lesser-striped swallows. Of course, the woodlands kingfisher, emerald-spotted wood dove. And now I'm going to end up spending more time in this area this afternoon that I initially wanted to, but now it's becoming a pride thing, pardon the pun. So yeah, basically what happened as we circled the entire block, we stopped and I was gonna get off and walk, and then there's tracks of one lioness going towards Treehouse Dam. So we started driving towards Treehouse Dam. Saw Lauren and Darby, just quickly waved and then turned around. So now we're back at that drainage line where we sort of left the Nkuhumas this morning. And now I'm gonna go for a walk. What I'll have to do is just leave OD in a nice shady spot. It's a bit of a breeze picking up, which is quite nice if you are in the shade. And then I think rather than follow their tracks, I'm gonna walk from the other side back towards where the tracks are coming from, because a little bit earlier when I started walking, it just gets so thick from that side. It's quite hard to actually get around some of the tambutis and the buffalo thorn. And the Batalia circling, female. Oh, sorry, not circling, she's just flying over. I'd love for her to drop and give us a sort of an idea where the lions are. She'll be right above the Jackalberry now. There we go. Oh, she's coming down. Okay. Batalia's landed. So that's good. Polly Ann asking if the rain roofs make it hotter in the vehicle. Actually, no. So the roof is really just above us. Luckily. There's a second Batalia now. So it actually just offers us a little bit of shade. We don't have the covers down on the side or in the front. So it's not like an oven heating up. Luckily, I would have died if it was like that. But yeah, not too bad at all. The sides are up, so we still can feel the breeze. It really just offers some shade. I think this Batalia is going to land in exactly the same tree. Oh, there we go. Beautiful landing. Well done. So there's the pair of them. One male and one female. The female with the thinner black line, and you could see when she was flying, and the male, the other one, thicker black line. I don't know, for some reason the only way I sort of remembered that when I just started guiding was that if a girl had to put mascara on her eyes, they do it so perfectly. If I had to try and put mascara on my eyes, I think my entire eyelid would just be completely black, so thick black compared to thin black. That's my way. I'm pretty sure other people have other ways or just remember things better than I do. It's actually quite nice sitting here and listening to the emerald spotted wood doves. Okay, we're going to send you over to JP, and I am going to go for a short walk. So we'll see you in a little while.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. At the moment, we're actually looking at a number of weaver nests that we can find that's situated right underneath a red-billed buffalo weaver nest. When it does come to these nests, it actually does take a lot of practice for the males to produce a nest like this. And what we do find is that males that haven't had the opportunity to practice or are not old enough will not be able to create a sufficient nest. Once the females are happy with the nest and the male is displayed underneath it, attract a female and she's looked at it, she might mate with them and then will lay her eggs inside there after she's done some interior decorating. But coming back to that, there was actually a very interesting study that was done a few years ago where they've actually taken a number of weavers in captivity and they gave some nesting material. Well, others weren't given any nesting material, and these were all same age birds. At a specific point, some of these birds could actually create sufficient nest which was suitable for the needs of a female to lay her eggs inside. So it's just amazing how that works as a natural selection tool to make sure that only adult birds have the opportunity to mate and that subordinate birds don't, as well as sub-adult birds don't have the opportunity to mate. One of the things that I do find interesting when it does comes to most of the weavers, in the case of southern mast, lesser mast, is that they actually follow a strategy which is known as polygamy. So poly means lot and gynos means female. In this case, they have plenty of different females, and as soon as they've completed a nest and attracted a female, they will move on and then start off building a next nest. We also find that there's a number of other different birding nesting strategies that birds will have. Some species of weavers are actually monogamous, and they will actually pair for either a season or several seasons. We also find that some bird species will actually mate for life in terms of being monogamous pairs. And then lastly, we've got a strategy which is actually referred to as polyandry. Once again, poly meaning plenty and andros man, and this is where the female will choose several males throughout the season, mate with these males, lay the eggs, and then leave the males to actually incubate and have the eggs and raise the chicks. In the meanwhile, let's go and see what Lauren is up to. It sounds like she's managed to find a dragonfly.
Not any old dragonfly. We are having the most epic visuals of a dragonfly. Look at this. Wow. You can see all four wings in such great detail. All attached to the thorax, remember? Short bodies, and I think this might be a male. Dragonfly experts, tell me, what species is this? #WildEarth. Oh, this is incredible. Unbelievably successful organisms. Organisms that have survived for millions of years. And other than reduced in size, we went into detail on that the other day, so I won't repeat myself, but other than reducing in size, their body shape and basic structure has remained the same. Oh, come back. I'm sure it will. It's very similar to sharks. There we go. And the fact that they've remained unchanged over time tells you something. And what it tells you is that they are incredibly successful. Whereas if something changes a lot over time, it's had to adapt. It hasn't been so successful, so it's had to sort of change to fit in with its environment. But dragonflies, but of course, I think they're cute, they're beautiful, but really they're fierce. And Odonata, the group that dragonfly and damselflies are part of, refers to the toothed ones. And it's really referring to their extremely powerful mandibles. Now, mandibles in the insect world is their mouth parts. Naturally, it's completely different from our mouth parts, and they vary right across the animal kingdom. I mean, you will get insects with huge mandibles, you'll get insects with very small mandibles, you'll get insects with mandibles that are highly adapted and specialized. And then you get insects that, well, they've got a proboscis, so their mouth parts have completely changed and evolved to just feed on a liquid diet, if you like. So throughout the insect realm, it is completely diverse. But generally speaking, when you say mandibles, it refers to their mouth parts. And these dragonflies and damselflies have really, really strong mouth parts. And that's because they're extremely amazing predators with about a 95% and up accuracy. I have got some diagrams to show you, but we'll just wait until this little one flies away. Henry, if every insect blew off during the wind, I don't think they would have a very good time. Believe it or not, the dragonflies have hooked sort of claws on the end of their legs. It's very, very difficult to see, but they're able to really hook on into the bark and, of course, balance out their weight. It's a very gentle breeze. It's really, I would prefer it if it was stronger. But if they weren't able to hold on during the wind, then I think that'd be rather problematic for a dragonfly. And he comes back again. But if you look at the very, very bottom of a dragonfly's legs, they've got their hooked claws, and they really can dig them into the bark or any sort of substrate and hold on. I'll give it a few more minutes, and then I'm going to show you the diagram on... Are you okay there, Dobby?
Right.
Okay. Is this going to work if I hold it here?
Yeah.
Okay, this is this fantastic book that I have, and it does just go into the different mouth parts of insects. So if we just look at this one here where I'm pointing, you will see that this is sort of a really, really great shot, a macro shot if you like, of a wasp, and it just details all the different parts. But what you are sort of looking at is these things here. And they really are the mandibles of insects. And normally they're the jaws, let's just say insect jaws. And I'm going to give you an example of the diversity. If we go down a little bit, picture A is a weevil. And they chew. But they don't necessarily chew big things. So they've got quite strong mandibles right at the front, and they're elongated so you can see them, but they're not exactly massive. And when I say massive, I'm going to give you a comparison here to bee. This is a female longhorn beetle, and she obviously has huge mandibles. Look at that, they're massive. And she actually has brushes on them. I'm sure you can see from the diagram that there's actually little bits of hair there. I think it's some sort of sensory here. But due to the diet, the longhorn beetles have got massive jaws, so they could really crunch and snap through many different sort of items of prey. Then if you go down to C, Dobby, where my finger is, this is a fly. And if you look here, the mouth parts are completely adapted. Now, this is adapted for piercing. You see how it's really sharp at the end and it's also short? It's shorter for remarkable amounts of control, and it's also sharp at the end so they can pierce. They will also use it for sucking. Naturally, that's what a proboscis is for, and they feed on blood. So they have to pierce through the skin of a carcass or an animal and then suck up the blood. Then if you look at a butterfly, probably the one that we do know the most, this proboscis is much longer. And you can see it's not as sturdy or as strong. It's also bent. It's very flexible. And that's because butterflies can coil and uncoil their proboscis. They're just sucking up nectar. They don't need to pierce anything. They don't need to make it their way through skin. They are just sucking up nectar. So this is just a really great example of all the different mouth parts and how they are incredibly diverse across the insect world. I just thought you might find that interesting. And dragonflies, the toothed ones, have very strong mandibles. And that's because they do catch insects. And remember, insects have an exoskeleton, so they need to crunch through that. Craig, I think you might have nailed it on the head there. I do know this one. You're seeing red-veined dropped-wing. I've got my ID book here. Give me a second. Got too many books. Actually, can one ever have too many books? The drop-wings are quite a common family that we get out here of dragonflies. They're all broken up into different families. Oh, James Richard, you think it's a keyhole glider, sorry. Sorry, I'm trying to navigate my way through this book. Bear with me, bear with me. I can't actually find the drop wing right now. But right here, Davi, sorry, another book for you. I'm sure you're loving it. This is a keyhole glider. And you can see the sexies are different. This is very common across many of the dragonflies. The sexies really don't look the same. I think it does look like that. But we're going to go back to the dragonflies. He's still there. I mean, he's been very obliging. And let me see if I can find this drop one for you all. This is a fantastic book as well. Dragonflies and damselflies of South Africa. See, Nick, was that correct there, Davi?
I think so.
I'll just get FC to repeat that name. I do think it is the keyhole glider, and I'll show you why. I've found this one. Here. Red vein dropwing. And I see why you said it because it's bright red, but I don't think it is this one. This abdomen is quite long and narrow, and you can see they've got very, very pink coloration here, nothing going on the wings, whereas the keyhole glider had a much fatter body and it did have an orange and black patch on the wings minus the pink. But great guesses, everyone. Thank you. Someone was asking how long do dragonflies live for? And it's not long. It's not long at all in the adult phase. However, they have a really unique life cycle, and they can spend many years in the aquatic nymph stage, believe it or not, anywhere between 1 to 6 years as an aquatic juvenile in the water. But normally when they're an adult, it is just under a year. Just like butterflies, they don't really have sort of a long life cycle. And the aim of the game when you get to the stage when you are an adult, your sort of drive for life changes, and the aim is to just reproduce. So it's all about mating with as many females as you can, compete and naturally get the female to lay as many eggs as she can, and then of course that is your bloodline. I mean, they really do go from underwater little nymphs to aerial insects. Okay, we're going to sit here for a little bit longer. We're just sitting admiring this dragonfly. It keeps disappearing, but then moments later coming back again. They do that. I don't quite know why. I don't fully understand the mechanism of what they're doing, but it's magnificent either way. So we're just going to sit here for a moment or two and enjoy this. Wasn't that just absolutely beautiful? Now, before we stopped for the dragonfly, Wendy was not starting. So I'm just going to give it another go. We also have no cell service, so FC, you will have to pass on the message. Wendy is not starting. But luckily, we are at a wonderful place. I mean, we have got the rain roof on, so it's not the best angle, but we are a little pan where there is lots of life. This is just south of Twin Dams. This is a little twin of Twin Dams, but no one ever calls it that. The grass is long. The weaver's not quite back. But insects are buzzing everywhere. Every stalk or blade of grass I look at, there's a dragonfly. No, they don't. No, they don't. Not exactly nice to the females of their own species, but they definitely do not harm humans in any way, shape, or form. And you get dragonflies all over. It's not just in South Africa. As we mentioned earlier, white men sees them in central London. They're not uncommon, but they definitely don't harm humans. And actually, one of the longest insect migrations, everyone thinks it's the monarch that you get in America, butterfly. But actually, one of the longest is said to be dragonfly. And it's an epic migration, it's huge, and it basically starts with the monsoonal range, and the moving weather systems that start in Asia. And the dragonflies migrate from southern India all the way to southern Africa. But believe it or not, they actually stop in Maldives. And as many of you know, I worked in Maldives for an extremely long time. And this is where I became familiar with this migration. And it's a wonderful man called Dr. Charles Anderson. He's a bit grumpy, but you give him a coffee or two and you can get him round. And he studies this migration, and he actually released a paper on it. And they come from southern India, as I mentioned, kind of stop in Maldives and then head east to southern Africa. But then they go back again. And it's said to be a round trip anywhere between 14,000 to 18,000 kilometers. And how can a dragonfly really, I mean, their wings are tiny, how can they really power themselves that distance? And they can. Because the weather systems are changing and the monsoonal rains come, there's really, really strong winds, and they're using these strong winds to power them all the way to southern Africa. And they do breed in very, very temporary water pools. Now, because it's an oceanic migration, really, the temporary water pools that they're going to come across, the first ones, are Maldives. Maldives doesn't have that much fresh water. It also struggles for fresh water. So we find a lot of dead dragonflies while working in Maldives. We really don't have much fresh water, and any freshwater pools that we create or are made, say, specifically for the dragonflies, is going to attract mosquitoes, and then you're going to have a problem with mosquitoes because they also lay their eggs in the water. So that's a bit difficult to make a decision on that one, but basically it takes 4 generations to make the full trip. It's not just one individual dragonfly that travels that distance, it's 4 different generations. But it is thought to be one of the largest insect migrations, and it is in fact a dragonfly. So it looks like we're going to have to get rescued, but hopefully soon we'll be back with you. So for now, we're going to send you over to JP.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. At the moment, we decided to take a short little break in the shade, and that we moved away from one of the dams, as there was not much more that we could find to talk about over there. So we decided we can also do a short little silence segment and just allow you to enjoy the views of the surrounding landscape, as well as the Drakensberg Mountains in the distance. For those first-time viewers, the prominent mountain range that you can see is known as the Drakensberg, and the massive outcrop that you can see in the distance is known as Mariepskop. That's approximately 1,947 meters in altitude, compared to where we are now, which is roughly 500 to 600 meters above sea level. Good afternoon, Joanna, and welcome to the show. And with regards to your question, does ants benefit other animal species as oxpeckers do? There is a number of ants that will benefit other species. One of the ways that ants provide a benefit is actually acting as protectors of insects known as aphids. And these little tiny aphids in return will give them a sugar-like secretion as a reward, which provides them with some form of nourishment. We also find that a number of different mammal species have learned to use ants, and so does a number of different birds. And what they will do is they will actually go and lie where these ants are moving and allow the ants then to climb on top of them. And once there's a sufficient amount of ants on them, they'll start shaking their wings, and in the case of species such as pangolins, they'll start contracting their scales. And that will lead to aggressive defensive action by the ants, where they will release formic acid, and that will then help the bird as well as the pangolin to get rid of other parasites which might be actually fearing it. Good afternoon, Lily. Yes, it is, and it's something that has not stopped surprising me and keeping me entertained and motivated over the years. And the more you learn about nature, the more you discover that you actually know very little, and the more you actually are driven to learn more about the beauty that surrounds you. Well, we're going to start moving on, and in the meanwhile, let's go and see what Lauren is up to.
Action everywhere. Heart suckling, and one of the adults is... I bet you that's Swazi. I bet you. I can't see, I've got a really blocked view, but one of the adults is clearly licking what... Yeah, Swaz. You see that? E.T. on his right hip. Swazi, that's not very polite. I think everyone's getting to meet Heart's-Cub for the first time. And when I say everyone, we've got Indabelle here. Indabelle and Swaz are always together. They're all meeting Heart's baby. And I think we've got Navella. I'm guessing it's novella. Look at that! Swaz and Indabelli are meeting the baby together. Oliver, I know. I'm just letting you guys enjoy it. The vocalizations are incredible. Hart was also close to Swazi and Indabelli's mom. This is special. Hi, Swaz. I don't think he ever wants to disperse. Sorry, everyone. Nick and Nova, you're saying it's so great to see everyone, especially Novella. I think it's Novella. I'm pretty sure I'm only getting sort of half a view, but when she stands up, we'll get to see her. I think it's Novella. You can see Swazi's going to sit next to her. And you can see Indabelli's really stimulated here by the smell. She's very excited that there's a new cup. This is so precious. Dobby's chuckling at just how happy I am.
Zoom.
You see, Heart's not bothered. Nothing aggressive is happening here. Indabelle's just very excited. She's meeting a new cub. She's also female. Swaspa's not too bothered. Anal pasting, marking the territory of the Dane. Just happiness. Pure happiness. Indabelle, you'll be next, my girl. Maybe even this year. I think it will be this year.
Swimming at Kutukuna Dam.
Well, this is the sighting I've been waiting for, everyone. Sorry, FC, I'd lost comms there one more time. Craig, you're saying what a great sighting. They're so manic in their behavior. It is really bizarre to watch, but this is a lot of excitement, and I think this is the first time Indabelle and Swaz have made Hearts Cup, because they've been in a NATO den, and they've arrived here, they've maybe followed Heart, I don't know, and they're meeting this cub for the first time. That's why there's a lot of emotion, I guess. Like, it's emotion. Arctic Circle. Do I think all of these noises make the cubs nervous? I don't think so. Sorry, I'm just listening. She's getting more frantic. I think the cubs will understand. Mom's not reacting. Mom's chilled. Look at her. And Indabelle was licking the cub and playing with the cub earlier. And also the smell of milk, the smell of hormones. There's a lot of stimulating things to an animal to understand that there is a new addition to the clan. This is the sighting I've been waiting for. Do you have your favorite hyenas here?
My boy.
My boy. Swazi. Okay, I am having the best time. I'm naturally going to sit here, and I believe Rowan's tracking has finally paid off.
Okay, we tracked them down. Yeah. You know what kept going through Mum? Look at the cub there trying to play with the mom. It's behind the bush. Just see the paw. Let me go a slight bit forward. Just every now and then she gets a paw in the face. But what was going through my head literally was that there's a fine line between stupidity and exactly what I was doing now. And I'm glad it paid off. But in all honesty, I don't think I'd like to do that again. It is thick and scary in there. Not only because we know there are some lions with babies, but buffalo, elephant, leopard. But yeah, got them. Actually, even not a bad time to find them. There's a big yawn from the female. She'll probably get up, come this way. The cubs are yawning as well. So here comes the one cub already coming to join the rest. Oh, beautiful light on her. And then that female's getting up now, also coming this way. All of them actually coming towards us. Oh, it's a large lioness. Ooh. Big yawn from the female lying down in front of us. So this cub's going in right for a drink. Thank you, everyone. That hard work pays off. You should have seen how sweaty I was when I got back to the vehicle. But how cool is this spacing? And of course she just keeps an eye on us. I must say I've missed tracking lions. And the pole was always a pain. But anyway, at least here we've got a cub suckling. There's 7 cubs here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we miscounted one this morning. Yeah, there's 7 cubs. This one looks a bit skinny, the one that's rolling up now. And then the one behind it looks a slight bit larger. So maybe a male. Oh, well, that's good news. 3 lionesses and 7 cubs. Oof, going straight in there. Actually, I'm going to keep quiet for a little while, just listen to the sounds. Deep sigh out. I was kind of expecting them to fight a little bit more over space for a teat. It looks like the 4th one just wanted to cuddle with Mom's head. I chatted a bit with Lauren today about the Nkuhumas. Of course, it's the first time for me meeting them yesterday, and it turns out this was the most dominant pride over Djuma for years. They lived here, they joined here, but apparently in 2020, so when they started moving off, following buffaloes, and then the Talamatis actually became the more dominant pride. Well, it's nice to have them back. Especially on my second last day. It's just, thank you, girls and kiddies. And then what I heard is that there are 3 different litters here, 2 litters being of similar ages, and then the 1 litter a little bit younger. And you can actually see it in the cub sizes when they walk, that there are two that are a slight bit smaller than the rest. Apparently all these lionesses were born in 2016, I think. The mom just gave a roar now, or not a roar, sorry, a growl. Eventually this is going to start hurting because of course their teeth are quite sharp, so while they're suckling they're also biting down because they want more and more and more milk. So in a bit she'll be a little bit upset, probably give a snarl, get up, or just turn onto her stomach so they can't drink. I can hear this low growl every now and then. Sir 50, they have indeed. They've done a great job with these cubs. But I mean, just sitting here and watching these lionesses, that's another little growl. That was actually a sigh. But their chests, their paws, their legs, really, really, really good genes. So again, Michael, thank you for the information, knowing that they are related to the Birmingham Pride. So we've still got their auntie, Anangala. She's known as the short-tailed lioness, the sister of the Birmingham boys, and then these are some of the daughters of the Birmingham boys. And then of course the grandkids. Nice to know that gene is just spreading further and further and further. So I think we are about between 50 and 60 kilometers from Ngala as the crow flies. Watch, next thing you'll have the white male come pop up on Juma as well. Shame, these lionesses must be exhausted. I mean, they hunted last night, or this morning, killed something, not really very big, ate it, now they're full, and now she's got 3 cubs trying to hold on to her teats. So she just turned over and put the back leg on, actually trying to shout her teat, but they're still going to go. And you'll see the one cub on this side starting to lick her back. It's almost begging. It's cute, you can see the mom's paw actually on the baby's bum. But it's one thing about lions which I never really understand. I mean, I know the weather said it's 29 degrees today, and I kind of believe that, but if you're sitting in the sun baking, it really feels about like 34 degrees. There's absolutely no breeze now. Oh, this one's got a big tick on its eye. Much larger than any tick I had on me today. And yet, all of them, or nearly all of them, are touching one another. Of course, it's a very social society. This lioness rolling over, using the other one's bum as a pillow. Now the back, and then basically just cuddling. Sorry, Odie, I keep shifting your attention. That cub is moving because it got smacked by the mother's tail multiple times while it was lying behind her. And possibly it wants to try a drink from the other one. But first are we on my sibling's head. Look how it's eyeing the teat. And down. It was a bit dangerous there behind the mom. It's a heavy tail. Very, very heavy tail. And one cub now rolling around. Wet mouth, it's been suckling. So I think Odie and I are going to spend quite a bit of time here this afternoon, just because again it took us such a long time to find them.
This sighting has been nothing short of epic proportions. I've been low groaning, squittering, squealing. Swazi and Ndebele are still so interested and hard as just, well, not that bothered. Swazi's left nostril makes him even easier to identify now. Wonder what happened there. Shreyas, I really don't know. I really don't know. You might not. Some males don't. It's obviously a lot better for him if he does. I really don't know. He's in a good position. He's always with his sister. He still ranks quite high. Oh, look. Oh. There's so much going on. I really don't know, to be honest with you. Lenny, you're saying you could sit and listen to these sounds all day. Me too, and that's why I'm staying quite silent, so you can thoroughly immerse yourself in this sighting. Amazing. And just touching on Swazi again, he was born September. I think Heart's had enough now. She's like, come on, guys. That's Swaz. Giselle, you're asking, will Hart spend more time at the den now that she's higher ranked than Ribbon? Not necessarily. It's a communal den. It depends on their relationship. I'd quite like to see their interaction. I imagine Ribbon might spend less time there now. But they're both welcome, even in 2020. Ribbon was a matriarch and Corky still spent time there, maybe just not as much. So possibly they might sort of have a bit of a schedule. And sorry, just to touch back on Swazi. So he was born in September 2018, which now makes him 3.5. And males become sexually mature too. So he's sexually mature, but he's obviously, I don't think he's mating yet. And males can disperse anywhere between 1 to 38 months after sexual maturity. Swazi, we're talking about you, boy. Novella's still around here somewhere. I think you can maybe hear her. So technically he still can disperse. He still can. I mean, 38 months is what, 3 years. So he still may leave us. Maybe he's just trying to enjoy clan life as much as possible. Get all the benefits. As long as you can. Flo, I don't know. I really, really don't know. I would be guessing the matriarch. Look at this little cub. Hearts bonding with Ribbon's pair. Do you see that? There's a lot happening here. But it would also be the female that's first denning. And when everyone starts to come, it just becomes a communal den. I'm not entirely sure it's a decision. Belly is just losing her mind with excitement. Dwarf, there's a chance the lions on our property that are with Rowan right now, then Kohumas could hear this. Actually, I think they will. They're not too far away, from what I can gather. So they can probably hear it, but they would not be interested. The relationship between hyenas and lions is not a good one. I can assure you they're not going to come here to investigate what's happening. But I would imagine they can hear it. If you've never watched hyenas before, you must be thinking, what on earth is happening? It's very bizarre when you actually think about it. But this is just a whole lot of emotion, marking the territory, making it more communal. Learning, there's a lot of learning happening right now. And Tabelli doesn't want to leave. Been waiting for this, waiting. Here comes trouble again. Indabelly and Swaz are identical. See, her heart's got quite a unique face. Not sure if you can see that. She's got a very unique sort of facial structure. Oh, now Swaz doesn't want to leave. You're not giving Heart much space here. Look at brother and sister lying together. How adorable is this? And the stick is right in his face. And the belly literally can't sit still. This is my best hyena sighting, I think, since coming back this stint. It may even get more, more hyenas might show up. This has just been absolutely amazing. I am not going to go anywhere for now.
Oh, big yawn coming. Oh, nice toothies there. Cub coming to irritate mom and then go for a drink. Most likely that's the one with a big tick. Not coming for a drink, rather just to sleep a little while. Of all three lionesses, the one closest to us looks the skinniest. Smaller boned. It's quite nice. The longer we sit here, the closer the cubs will actually get to us. When we just found them, every time we move, they get up and move. You can see how the lionesses are now pretty much waking up just because the cub is rustling through the grass there, just to check where he is going. Oopsie. I've unplugged my earpiece. There we go, back in. But yeah, still digesting the meal. So, from where we left them this morning, I'd say they are probably about 150 meters further east. Just moved away from the carcass, but not too far. The cub is coming back. He just went and made a poo-poo. And the one lioness in the distance just being so irritated by flies. Clean me, Mom. That lioness just plonked back down. Now that cub has found space for the teat. I don't know if she wants it to drink. You can see she almost tried to roll over there. I also think the spot where she is, she's being irritated by flies quite a bit. So she yawned twice. Her tail keeps flicking. She hasn't started biting the air yet, but they are just too hot and too full. I was trying to kick the cub away. So, I mean, you can see, I've seen bloody spots on all of them where they've had ticks bite into them and of course just scratched it off, especially in the neck areas. Don't know if you can hear the flies buzzing around us, but that also is absolute madness. Momo, I can't say that's something I've ever seen. I've seen lions get really angry with flies and actually try bite it. Especially the males, they get super irritated. But I've never seen a lion choke on a fly. It's happened to me a few times, especially when I'm running around here. But yeah, can't say I've ever seen it with a lion. So Odie and I just changed our position slightly to try and get to a bit of shade, and it's getting more and more pleasant as the sun is starting to drop. You can see the two lionesses that are closest to us, these two, they were in the sun a little bit earlier and have moved off. The other lioness has got her head up now, and I think she's grooming her own paw because of flies just irritating her. So I wouldn't be surprised if she gets up and tries to shift. Not that she's going to escape the flies. I mean, they are all over, even with us on the vehicle. Luckily, we haven't choked on one either yet. Keyword being yet. Another yawn. Looks like she's ready to get up. There's some big stretches, big groans going on here. Come go. Junebug, it will just be flushed out of their system. And with us, okay, so what I did is I took doxycycline to manage it, but I think even with the human, it will eventually just flush out of your system. It's just the doxycycline being an antibiotic helps, makes it speed up the recovery process. But she has an enormous tick in her left eye as well. I wonder if that plays around with her vision a little bit. She's got one in her right eye. A very fat tick. Been there for a long time. So often they do this. They'll lick, they'll groom, they'll yawn, and then plonk down, and so they put so much effort into swinging their head back down into the ground. It's almost like just trying to motivate yourself. Okay, it's time to get up. Like a little bit of an extra snooze, and then get up. That's what I'm hoping will happen here. The cubs have none of that. They just get up and move and then plonk down again. Quite lovely, eh, with the lit up grass and the contrasting quite dark cub. and then a pole in the way. See, now this lioness is checking what the cub is doing, so she's lifted up her head. Also, I think with the wind blowing like this, nice of her to go for a poo all the way over there. With the wind blowing this strongly, I think they're catching scents. And they are, like Lauren said, most likely hearing the hyenas. But also, like Lauren said, not bothered about it. Yeah, this lioness now with her head up, you can see how she raises her nose every now and then in the direction that the wind is blowing from. So I'm not too sure what she's smelling. I can't smell, my sense of smell is nowhere as good as the lioness, but definitely sniffing something. What I can smell now is lion poo. Let's see if they greet each other. Oh, that head fits in the mouth. Yeah, yesterday we had to deal with wild dog scat, and now it's lion scat. Living my best life. Oh, shame. It's almost like the cub was hugging the head. She had both paws around the mom. But it's begging to be groomed. That's why the head is right there in the neck. And then eventually, after too much grooming, she'll start growling. What a sweet photo. Forcing itself to be groomed. Here comes the groaning. Quite a deep growl for such a small thing, eh? Of course, yeah. Lions nearly fearless. So that tongue would most likely separate my skin from my bones. You can imagine it starts hurting after a little while. Shelley, I like that you love lions, so do I. I'll be honest, initially when I started, I liked lions, I liked seeing them, but I found them quite boring because they used to just kind of sleep during the day. And then, yeah, I started spending more and more time with them and actually just sitting and watching behavior. So I don't mind seeing them sleep for a little while, but every now and then there are going to be these little gems, like exactly what we're watching now. And you just learn to appreciate. You just have to, again, just be patient. Oh, the cub is going to be very clean. No, I was almost trying to hide the head. Oh, don't like that. Yeah, Tina, specifically when you're sitting here, it's a lot like that. You can see that cub's now over it. She slapped the mom twice, 3 times. Oh, mom's gonna fall asleep right on her.
Can I come and join you guys?
A very big lioness, this.
So just confirm I moved.
It's quite interesting, all these lions still have a few spots on the back legs and underneath the tummy, so yeah, not really old at all. Like 6 years. Oh, now this one wants to be groomed. Sorry, girl, you're gonna have to do all the grooming this project, I suppose. Okay. Yeah, often they'll just groom each other. I wonder if they're actually getting ready to go. And I'd love to see where they go. I can imagine they'll go to water first. Hopefully from here, they go south rather than north, because if they go north, they'll have to cross over this thick drainage line. And then we have to drive around again and hopefully stop in the exact place where they would come out, not knowing they might get into the drainage line and then start heading along it east or west. I'm hoping when they do get up, they'll just go south. Oh, it's another whiff of lion's cat. Again, not a scent I can really explain, just putrid. That was a good grooming session. Both of these are going to be very, very, very clean. Of course, I have no blood left on them from the carcass this morning. I'm pretty sure they've been groomed already. But this again just strengthens the social bond. You can see how the one grooms first and the other one reciprocates. What a beautiful thing.
This sighting just keeps going from, well, it just keeps getting better and better, basically. It's all quiet now, the vocalizations have stopped, but it's still adorable. You can still hear the birds. The sun is finally starting to go down just a little bit, which brings relief to us. So we're just going to sit here for a moment and two and just watch our gorgeous hyena den. Isn't it just so lovely? 3 hyenas all cuddled up together for a nap. This is absolutely hilarious, everyone. It is just poor Heart has got nowhere to go. She's trying to suckle the little one, and Indabelle and Swash have just taken over the den. Heart's actually resting her head on Swazi's bum. They've literally taken over the entrance, and it's such a small little area, and you've got 3 adult, really large hyenas packed into this tiny little area, and they've all gone to sleep. And it's 3 high rankers. Indbele and Swaz. Triti was very high ranked, thought to be the second. Their grandmother was matriarch. So they've got high ranked blood in them. Heart's also always been pretty high ranked within this clan of recent years. And they're just all just chilling. It's adorable. And also unnecessary, guys. I can't believe we've had this incredible sighting right now. Secret Marsh. I don't know if I've heard your name before. Hello there. No, hyenas don't allosuckle. They don't. But I understand why Rowan thought the other night that possibly Ribbon could have had 3 cubs, because he saw Heart's cub try to suckle from Ribbon. And that can be very confusing because they don't allosuckle, but there can be a lot of bullying. Cubs can also be extremely dominant over adults, believe it or not. If you've got the cub of a high ranker with a nursing mother that's very, very low ranked, that cub can bully that mother. It's high ranked in that mother, even although it's just a cub. And I think what happened the other night is that it really proved that Ribbon has fallen in the ranks. We knew that, but that really proved it, because I think Heart's little one was trying to bully her way, or his way, we don't know, to getting milk. And I think Ribbon just allowed it to be a people pleaser. Once you fall in the rank, sometimes you do a lot of people pleasing, or brown nosing, sometimes they call it, when they're just trying to please the high rank. And Ribbon just allowed it. She's done it before. Even when she was nursing Petty, she allowed June's cubs to suckle from her, and Petty had to wait. Her own cub had to wait. But it's not classified as allosuckling. It's more bullying, really. This has just been, I don't know, this is hilarious. This is what lions do. Lions normally lie in a big cuddle puddle and lie on top of each other like this. It's quite rare to see with hyenas. Hyenas normally at least give each other a bit of personal space. But that's not happened today, poor Heart. Heart's thinking, goodness, I didn't ask for this. Underbelly and Swaz are literally just identical. Aardwolf, they're inside Ribbon's cub. So you've got Underbelly and Swaz at the front taking up most of the room, and poor Heart's at the back at the actual entrance, I like to call it, which is the hole where the cubs come in and out. And I would imagine Heart's cub is suckling, but we just don't have a view. And Ribbon's cubs are tucked inside. We saw them earlier. None of this trio are gonna try to hurt Ribbon's cubs. They'll want to interact with them. They'll want to get to know them. They're not going to hurt them in any way. They know Ribbon's cubs. They've been here before. Corky was never out for blood in that sense. In the literal sense. Is that a nice pillow you've got there, Heart? Let's hope he's not got any gas. I really hope Indabelli gives birth this year. It's very possible. She's high rank, 3.5. It's very possible. And there's such a nice breeze coming through. I'd imagine they're all going to fall into a deep sleep. Swazi's always been extremely gregarious. Loves hanging out with other members of the clan, loves hanging out with vehicles. I know they are social in nature, but he just seems excessively so. There is rumour of a potential female leopard crossing Gowrie Main, so I don't know, we're pretty much on Gowrie Main almost. I don't know whether to just check and then naturally come back here and see if any more clan members have joined or if anything has changed. I want to see Ribbon here. I want to see Ribbon interact with these guys. I want to see what type of interaction they'll have. I feel like Novella should come and join the Cuddle Puddle. T-Rex. You know, I don't think we did. Davi's already finished a packet of biltong. I had a carrot. Oh, Davi's got nuts and I have an apple. So really, no, we could have done better. A, hopefully Wendy turns on, and B, yes, this is the longest time I've spent at the den in a while, and it's worth it. These interactions are really, really worth it. Oh, we got a cub. Ndebele just can't contain it. She can't contain her excitement. She's never been a mother. So I think I remember when she was at the den in 2020, so she gets very, very excited. Benji, I wouldn't imagine so. I mean, they would definitely eat it if we gave it to them, which we absolutely would not do that. But hyenas are very, very familiar with human camps. We found Swaz actually stole our garbage bin one day, and he took it all the way onto quarantine. We had to retrieve it. He licked a tub of mayonnaise completely clean. He ate some of the fruit, crunched on the bones. He literally stole our waste bucket. And they will really eat anything. So he absolutely would eat it, but I don't think it's the type of smell that would attract them to the vehicle or anything like that. I mean, they've showed no interest so far. But if given the chance, then they absolutely would. I don't think they would say no to much, to be honest. I can't believe how lucky we've been. Okay, Davi and I are going to decide whether to go check out for that leopard and come back or stay.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. At the moment, we're watching a fairly large herd of impalas which is mostly consisting of females as well as very young males that is less than a year of age. We also noticed that there's one large ram that's already herding these females, and it's actually starting up to setting up his territory very early. Normally we see the behavior of impalas herding the females into their territories roughly only from March onwards, and by April, and then for a few months during up to the months of May and June, that is pretty much where their whole rutting season will be taking place. Something else that we did notice a minute or so ago is that some of these impalas were actually feeding on a tambuti tree. And actually that's the first time for me to see them feeding on such a toxic plant. Well, we're just going to scan the camera around and share a little bit of the landscape with you and view and see what our impalas are up to, and also allow you just to listen to the different sounds in the background. There's a number of different birds that are calling. Some of them are francolins and spurfowls. As well, you might hear the soft chirping of crickets in the background.
Okay, so not too much movement. It's basically just flies, getting them going. You can see the lioness on the far side getting rather irritated with it every now and then. Every now and then she actually stares up to the sky, and then of course still rolling over, just because it's like you sleeping in a bed. If you sleep on one side, when you sleep it just heats up. So if you want to try get a little bit cooler, you shift to the other side of the bed. So same thing here, the grass they're lying on heats up, so they roll over, and the other side is cooler again. Quite a nice thing to, when you're tracking lions, if you find like a patch like this where it's very flat, you can always say, okay, yeah, they slept here for a little while, they got going again. See the black tip of this one lioness just moving every now and then. It just has more and more flies go to land on a shoulder or an ear. Yep. Very bushy tail. It works quite well. It's a little fly swatter. Of course, I think majority of you know that, but that black, along with the black on the ears, are just known as follow me signs. So easier colors to pick up in the bush than their tawny coats, especially when they have youngsters following them through the long grass. They'll keep their tails or that black tip at eye level with the youngsters, and the youngsters would be able to follow them easily. Not that I think these youngsters follow on the same path anymore. I think they're quite naughty, and they'll often just walk alongside and play and veer off the path and then catch up again. The temperature has just started to become very pleasant. Tutti snooty, we are also being bothered by the flies. I've been bitten twice now, but yeah, I don't think as bad as the lions. I mean, I showered at around about 12:30. Odie, when did you shower? Odie hasn't showered today. So are you the problem here? It's your fault. But yeah, really not as bad as they are bothering the lions. Just a little bit itchy on the legs from tick bites. But it's all part of the game. It's very pleasant. It is very pleasant. And sitting here, I kind of like forget about everything and just love the scene. And then when you start calming down, enjoying the temperature and everything, and the bird calls making a lot of noise, a hit of lion scat smell. It's like every 5 minutes or so, just is blown into us. Other than that, very, very pleasant. It just flies and the smell. Still deep sighs every now and then from the lionesses. Eva, I have actually once in a vet, the lioness got caught in a snare, and they actually took it into a vet to fix it, and she survived, but touched her hair, and it's actually very coarse, really hard hair. So I've never touched a leopard, but from what I've heard is the coat of a leopard is a lot softer. Also, I've never touched a hyena. I know Lauren has, but I can imagine that's quite stinky and quite coarse as well. So I know they look soft, but no, they're not. The hair's definitely not terribly soft. Maybe the hair on the ears. I mean, sitting here focusing on the one lioness's ear, it's that looks rather soft. That like inner part of it. By zooming up a little bit closer, it looks rather coarse. It's just longer, so I can imagine it's softer. You almost want to scratch it. Shame if you zoom in that close, you can see a little bit of gaps on the ears. You can also see how the hair on the tips have vanished, just because of ticks and other parasites biting into the hair. We were talking a little bit earlier about mangy lions. So, of course, majority of you are acquainted with the white lions of the Birmingham Pride. But prior to that, we had a litter on Ngala that had severe mange. That was in 2016. So, no, sorry, it wasn't. It was in 2017, 2018. But, oh no, I'm completely off. It was 2016. Anyway, we had a young cub that was completely black without hair. Sadly, he didn't survive. Actually, majority of that litter died, except for 2 of them. You can see that cub, that's ultimate comfort. Belly in the air, facing upwards, paws stretched out. Also just loving life. Can you imagine this? The grass here is actually quite soft. I think that little one might get up. One further right, it's giving a yawn every now and then. One furthest away. See what this one gets up to. There we go. So one with the hip bones and is sticking out a fair amount. The other lioness is blocking the teat. cubs care though. I mean, they'll, sleep on the other one while drinking. And notice, the lioness didn't even flinch, didn't even open their eyes. They just go with it. Absolutely incredible mothers. I think that just the patience involved in raising these. Of course, we find them so cute, but they are absolute little terrorists. It does look rather comfy though, except it's sloping down a little bit. The bum is above the head while it's trying to drink. But other than that, it should be rather soft, except probably moving up and down as well as the other lioness is breathing. You see the bum go up and then go down again. Very glad we could find them again. But like this morning, we were nearly on the verge of giving up. So while I was walking, the first tracks I found of white mane, you're asking, do they become more ginger colored as they get older? Not that I've experienced. They really just go tawny. So initially when I walked for the first time, when they weren't in the same spot, I went down into the little riverbed, found pieces of the carcass that they ate. Still can't determine what it was, just fragments of bone. And I started walking further west and could find where the cubs were, but I think what happened either this morning, no, it must have been this morning, is the lioness has actually left the cubs in a safe spot, in a drainage line where it's very thick, and then went hunting. So I found where they were playing around for the morning, but they ended up hunting literally probably about 70 meters away from where they left the cubs, caught something, cubs ate with them, and then I had to come walk a little bit further east and actually pick up a fresh track for them. Worth a walk though, but scary. I wonder if this little cub is just falling asleep at the teat now. It must be so hot in there. And they're covered in fur already, trying to digest. I don't think a lion has a cool body temperature. Just imagine the heat being emitted. And so the birds you hear calling in the background, those are birch starlings, and they've pretty much just popped up in front of us. I don't think we can frame them up because of the roof. You'll just have to listen to them while you watch lions. Okay, so while we sit here, it sounds like JP has an amazing view of something he wants to show you guys, so we're going to send you over to Pridelands.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. BK is becoming very creative and he decided that he is going to film a golden orb web spider in combination with a sunset. Our sun is going to get lost very soon, as it's going to disappear very soon behind that thick bank of clouds directly to the west of us. And meanwhile, there's also a number of Egyptian geese in the water and a number of different bird calls, as well as a bubbling sound that's produced by a frog that's known as a bubbling casino. We're going to allow for a short little silence segment so that you can listen to all of these beautiful sounds. Thank you, Leandra. I'll definitely let BK know, and he's sitting right next to me, and he acknowledges the compliment, and we're just going to be going back to being dead quiet so that you can all listen to the sounds again.
My earpiece is falling out. Sorry about that, my earpiece had fallen out. And luckily I stopped here because we have got some elephants. Well, one elephant. Darby, how is this?
Not great.
Yeah, it's not ideal. I just do see a vehicle behind us. We may have to reposition anyway for the vehicle. We scratched around for the female leopard, but I don't think she crossed. I don't think she crossed Gowrie Mame.
Nice spider web here.
Oh, you got a spider web. Oh, wow, look at that. In the golden light, very impressive, Darby. Half of an elephant and a spider web surrounded by flies.
Mooi man, thanks. way, man. Thanks.
Where did the female leopard go?
Which one?
I don't know. I heard there was one on Little Gary Hoffman's cut line.
I'm not sure. It came from far west.
Far west. Okay, cool.
It's on,
Thank you. Have a good drive. Nice to see you. Hi. Yeah, I heard.
Is the other Ngalo there?
We have two or three in Kahumas and Mapinpan on Juma.
Where?
In the drainage line of Weaver's Nest.
Okay.
Bye. Sorry, everyone. Sometimes unavoidable.
Go back to this.
Darby really wants to do the spider web. It is stunning, Darby. Look at all the flies. That golden light just coming on through. No luck with the leopard. I don't know. I don't think she crossed. We've searched up and down Gary Main. My information was that she's heading towards Gary Main, not that she'd crossed it. But there are no tracks crossing, so maybe she's gone flat or lala, and our radio only started to buzz when this other vehicle went past. We only just started to pick up someone else's radio on the analog channel, and that means that there are no other vehicles in the area. No one's picking me up. A stunning Derby. Jack, you're saying the spider web is beautiful. It looks like it was made of gold. It does, and it's just a light. It's not a golden orb web. I'm desperate to see one. Have you seen one yet, Dobby?
I haven't.
Yeah, neither have I. But we are going to take a slow bumble back to the Dane just to check if anyone's arrived. It's been a long... I've come to the Dane maybe 7 times per day. 3 in the morning, 4 in the afternoon, and I'm not getting it active. And today has been a lucky day, so I'm happy to go back. This elephant's still not delivering the views that we want. I think it's a lone bull. I was just complaining to Davi earlier about the lack of elephants. Where are the elephants? And lone... Oh, he's coming. I think you should cross into Juma, boy. That would be a fantastic idea. Okay, we are slowly going to make our way back to the den, and we're going to send you guys over to Rowan with these flat cats.
Oh, that was phenomenal timing. It's the first time a lion actually woke up, probably the last 5 minutes. Seen the lioness in the back there, yawning, hugging herself, actually just stretching tendons, but yeah, other than that, not too much has been happening. Wonder if that one got bitten on the bum by something. Hello. Comfy cuddles. So in other news, what I've realized after spending so much time with Odie is that Odie gets annihilated by mosquitoes, and I didn't get bitten at all. So if you guys ever spend time with Odie. Don't bother with mosquito spray. Moonbag, I think you asked. I think you asked, does the one lioness still have an injury on her leg? So, yes, she does. I saw it a little bit earlier. It's on the elbow of the front leg. Really just looks like a cyst now. A big yawn coming from the one cub there, further into the left. Yeah, the cub is up, also coming in for a drink. I was drinking from the wrong side. Other side, cubby. Nothing underneath there. Oh, there we go. Found a stick.
It's its buddy's tail, I think.
Is it? Oh, it is. There we go. Okay. Much better than a stick. Oh. You go. Now it's going to go play with Mom's tail. Oh, that's why. See the injury on the tail? It's bleeding. Actually see the black tip on the tail, so very, very thin. So don't ask me what happened. I wasn't there when it happened. I can just see the injury. It's a disastrous sibling, that one. It's already sore and then it bites it some more. It's going back for more. Okay. Little male. That one's also a little male. Okay, that's enough play now. Back to bed. Okay, so Odie and I had taken a vote and we said we'll wait till 7. See if there's any movement. I was hoping they'd get up and actually go for a drink somewhere. But if by 7 none of that has happened, then we'll take a bit of a bumble around. Just for the last half an hour. Because early this morning when we actually started tracking this pride, there were tracks of a female leopard on the same road. I wonder now, 2 cubs woke up. The one's looking in a certain direction. Female's looking in the opposite direction, but maybe I imagined it, but it sounded like a lion roaring, quite far off. Always. So yeah, there are 2 Franklins that just walked where the lioness is staring, and of course they made a bit of noise and it just grabbed her attention, but now she saw what it was. She's contact calling. I'm going to keep quiet now. There's a lion roaring from further south. Oh, I heard it before these 2 lionesses. Of course, I wasn't fast asleep. So let's see if they call back. They are split off from the rest of the pride. Big yawn. Another big yawn coming. Now all of them are yawning. Oh, Odie, we might just get our wish. I wonder if Lauren, because she's at I think she's making her way back to the den. So she should be able to hear the other lion calling. I was hoping that they would respond, but often they don't because they've got the youngsters with them, so they actually don't want to draw too much attention to themselves. I think if there was a male here calling, wait for you to finish. Thank you for the beautiful duet. If there was a male here calling, all of them would actually join in and call along with him. They are probably some of the loudest birds in the bush, the crested francolin, but zero fear. I think if the youngsters weren't so full, they'd probably try stalk them. Ola, I think I answered your question before you asked it. I don't think they'll be able to catch it, but if they weren't this full, they would most likely try stalk it, just as a little game. Of course, if they did catch it, they'd eat it. But I'd say there's about a 2% chance of them catching it. Oh, this lioness in front of us, getting more and more and more awake. Big stretches going on, huge yawns. Kicking the other lioness. Another big yawn. Incredible looking teeth, all three lionesses. Their canines aren't broken yet. They're in amazing shape. What I'm going to do is just, again, enjoy the view. We might zoom out a little bit and just listen to the sounds of the bush as you watch some of these lions start to wake up very slowly. Showing the one cub in the back there licking its wounds on its tail. Of course, the bacteria on the spit, or in the spit, very, very good to heal a wound. What's quite cool is the change in sounds now. A lot of the birds still saying goodnight. And then the frogs in the pan system behind us, they've also just started chirping up.
So much is happening, everyone. Heart's now sleeping. She's left in the belly, and Swaz are getting to just play with the cubs. And when I first arrived, one of the cubs was on top of Swazi's head. The cubs are having the time of their lives. Interacting with new adults. It's very stimulating. It's very exciting. That's Swazi standing up and the belly's lying down. Swazi's always loved cubs. He loves it. Heart's here, Novella's here. We'll show them in a moment, but there's just so much action happening at the entrance. Lovely Welsh lady. What a lovely name from a lady from Wales. You're right. It's a wonderful interaction. It's truly, truly wonderful what we're seeing right now because we don't see this every day. No matter how hard I've been trying. It's very much communal right now. And Heart's just sleeping. She's just letting the others interact. She can't be bothered anymore. She's tired. That's in the belly lying there, not Heart, by the way. They all want to play with Uncle Swaz. I don't know who's whose. I'm going to really need to dive into the cubs now and try to identify which are ribbons and which one is Hearts. Now we haven't got the most amazing views because I think now we can try and show you little Novella is sound asleep in a little hole in the ground right here, and Heart is here. So wonderful, so wonderful. I'm definitely not going to go anywhere now, but I believe Rowan's lions are getting a little bit more active.
Well, it looks like we might be going somewhere. Not far though. The first lioness that got up, she's just on that side now. This one's having a wee. That one's having a poo. 5 youngsters still lying down, one right ahead of us, and a bit of contact calling. There wasn't too much movement there. One liner is just going down. But now the grooming starts. That is right in the line of fire. The wind's actually coming from where she is, straight to us. I don't know why lions always do this to me. There's been plenty of times when we've been live and this happens. We should put this smell in a jar and sell it. There we go. So you can see the slight injury on her elbow. Doesn't look bad though, it doesn't seem like she's limping on that leg at all. And back down. Of course, the amount of effort it takes to move 15 meters is incredible in the lion world. There's a lion contact calling from left of us. There actually might be another lioness in this area. Yeah, it's behind us there. Hoping you can hear the rustling in the grass. I'm almost trying to lean out the vehicle because some of the cubs are starting to wake up and come past us, and just one by one they'll join the two that you're watching now. Oh, sounds like Lauren's having fun as well, so I'll send you back to her.
Indabelle's given up. She's coming to rest by the car, but Swaz is just having. Oh, interesting smell. Is that you, Indabelle? I wonder if Ribbon will appear. I hope so. Swazi, what are you doing? Look how happy he is. He's so happy. I remember a sighting really similar to this when they were at the Philemon strip train. This is just introductions. Looked a little bit rough there, rough play. Like cubs will love it though, like they'll come back for more. Swazi. Oh, many of you are just loving this. I know, me too. The cubs now know, there are other adults we can play with. This is fun. Because sometimes mom's not fun. Mom just sleeps. They know this is all just play. It's just funny seeing a male at the entrance like this. You never see Comet Saka when he was alive, Kaikau. You don't see the other males at the entrance, and it's because Swaz high ranked. And he's also NATO. He's also a NATO male. And he's also crazy. You can see why everyone loves Swazi. Horse lover, it really is. In heart, I pointed her out earlier. It just shows you, literally everyone just put their head up there. You see, this is why we don't spend time at the den when there's not an adult, because you can see everyone's here. Look at Heart, what is she doing? Everyone can protect. Oh, I was giving the lens a wee wipe. The cubs. Everyone stood up there. Everyone's heads were immediate. The cubs react to that, and therefore they've got protection. But Heart, what are you doing, girl? You look slightly bizarre like that. trust. She knows they're not going to harm her cubs. Living the chilled life. But there was some sort of noise, I don't know what it was. We can't hear those lions, by the way. And they all reacted, every single one of them, including Novella. It's an immediate reaction. And the cubs react to that reaction. So as soon as they see the adults get alert, they go back to the den entrance. Swaz is just the perfect babysitter. I know the hyenas are so relaxed with the vehicle here, and the smell is just so lovely. There's just literally nothing I love more than a den sighting like this.
Okay, so we said we would leave at 7, and 2 minutes to 7 they decided to leave. They are contact calling though, so I think they might head in the direction to where they heard the roar. It's amazing, these cubs just disappear in the grass here. Still see the little black tips on the ears. Luckily what they're doing is they're walking on our vehicle tracks, so we're actually just going to follow slowly behind. I think they'll eventually, very slowly behind, eventually they'll get to, sorry Rusty, to a road, and then probably just walk on the road. There are also some hand systems here, which they are drinking from now. Actually might be a cool little shot, Odie. I'm just going to go quickly past there. Try avoid this little one making a poo-poo. How's that, Odies? All good? There we go. That's always fun. Also, I'll sit here quietly, just because it's actually quite cool to listen to them lapping up the water. I'm still laughing at the fact that a bit of growling going on there. The fact that Odie and I said no, 7 o'clock if they haven't done anything, we'll just leave them be. And of course 2 minutes to 7. Whoop, everyone up, come for a drink. And this is the same line as the one walking away now that actually, well, no, back to sleep. But she, I think, led the walk. She might contact call soon again, because that's what she did earlier. That one is still trying to bite the other one's tail. So the little sounds you can hear now from the one youngster being groomed in the back. It's now moved off, it wants to go for a drink. Now the front one is probably going to start making sounds. The one who's being licked on the ear. Ava most likely have no idea what they dream about, maybe chasing buffalo or chasing impala, but I can imagine they do dream. Sorry, a bit of a horsey voice there. But yeah, I mean, I've sat with lions sleeping and you can still see the twitch in the paw, twitch in the tail every now and then. Well, twitch in the tail most likely just to ward off flies, but they do twitch. I've sat with lions snoring before. So nice of them to start waking up before end of show. That lioness just got up and went to lay down. She just wants to be groomed by the other one, but the other one is a little bit tired, doesn't want to groom her. See how she's nearly begging. And the other one's kicking her off. Oh, it's just too good. There's so much going on here. Okay, we'll probably just sit here for the entire evening. But for now, we're going to send you over to Lauren. It's also got some play for cubs.
Honestly, to have an active day in sight like this and Rowan meet the Inkohumas and cubs all on Juma after a quiet morning, it's perfect. You gotta take the slow days to get the good days. Novella's joined the party. Oh, they're a little bit nervous of Novella. Swaz has left the party, so Novella's now bonding with them. I wonder how long she'll stay there for. Greeting ceremony. The belly's back. Swaz is going to come back. And it's time for infrared. Our picture is going to change. It looks like it's light, but it's not quite enough light for a camera. So here we go, infrared. Renata, you're asking something. Sorry, Davi was communicating to me about going into infrared. I wasn't paying enough attention, I'm sorry. Do hyenas adopt orphaned cubs? Interesting question. Tricky though, because what is adopting? We know they don't allosuckle, but they do have the most wonderful clan dynamics. I mean, look at this. This is just unbelievable. We've got adults, younger adults, an older adult who's now a mother. We've got Novella, who's a sub-adult. We've got cubs. It's wonderful. It's so active right now. A lot of play, a lot of emotion, a lot of interaction. So orphan cubs, if they really did lose their mother, it would depend at what age. If you think about Swazi and Ndebele, they lost their mom, Pretty, at just over a year. I think a year and 2 months, give or take, from what we know. So they were still very, very young. So they were orphaned, but they were obviously old enough to survive themselves. They've got the clan, remember. So although no one hunts for them and no one suckled them, they've still got the clan. They can follow adults, they can be protected by adults, and of course they can share at a carcass. Oh, cubs, where are you guys going? We were having so much fun. And where are you guys going? See, they're starting to wake up now. Brother and sister dynamics. Oh, you two are adorable. So adopting, I don't think would be the right word in a clan. They have the clan. So for example, if Novella lost June right now, which my goodness, we absolutely hope would not happen. Novella's at the age where she's also a year, where she could just follow these guys, use them for protection, learn from them. And if they do make a kill or steal a kill, then of course she may get some too. By a year old, you know, younger than this, if they were orphaned at this age, this tiny little cub's age, I doubt it. They need milk at that age. And if no one else is going to suckle them, I don't think they would survive. It's very tricky, using the word adopting. But I mean, maybe if it was a high-ranked cub, it could bully its way to survival. I'm just laughing at Swazi and Ndebele. They are being absolutely ridiculous and is probably right in front of the rainbow. We've positioned in this manner because there was roadblocks when we first arrived. Novella was right here. Look at them. I can't turn on the car right now. They're about a meter away from the car. This is brother and sister. It just shows you the sibling relationship lasts. I wonder what it would be like if Heart met her brother's soul after him dispersing. Now Novella's at the entrance. Look at that. Now Novella's having her turn. Imagine if they all started calling. That would be so incredible. Spas, you really don't have to thank me. This has just been unbelievably ideal for me. I obviously wouldn't have spent this long at the hyena den if there was no activity, but of course there's been so much happening. All lovely, lovely interactions, what I've been waiting to see. So you are so welcome, and I hope you've all enjoyed spending time with the Juma clan. Okay, we're going to stay here just a little bit longer. They're all starting to wake up. And we're going to send you guys back over to the Nkuhumas.
Okay, we're just waiting for still some of the youngsters to come by. We've actually parked a little bit off of the road, just giving them enough space to walk straight by. basically straight towards the sunset. So we've switched into IR because we're losing quite a bit of light. And one lioness is now lying down behind us. But we'll try. Let me see if I can actually get ahead of them again without pushing them off the road. Of course, again, sensitivity comes into play here. It's funny though, they're walking directly where they came from last night, so I do think they want to actually make their way to where the other lion was calling from. So I can imagine they'll turn left up ahead and continue walking on the road, heading back south. Actually just stay here for a little while just because this one cub is lagging behind. Also I don't want it to be my fault that any of these lines actually break up or break off into a trot. So again, just give them the space they deserve. Really no rush though, walking very slowly. Trusty Rusty, starting like a boss. Oh, my feet are so itchy. There they go down this road. I actually paused for a little while. So it looks like they're sniffing something around there. Okay, so let me turn and we'll just slowly follow them. I'm not too sure what it is. They're smelling, or is there another pan system there that they might be drinking from. You can see two lionesses actually off the side of the road now. Might be dung. There's actually, no, the posture looks like they're drinking. Let's just stop here again. They are drinking. The contact call. So as it gets cooler and darker, I can imagine those contact calls are going to get louder and louder. It's cute, every cub that walks past the lioness that's lying in the road actually touches her, greets her, and then continues walking, follow the other two lionesses. Then the one's actually gone and lay down, the other one's still sitting, staring in the direction where they heard the lion calling from earlier on. See, there's that head rub. Now time to rest again. I think what I might do, while they're all sitting on the road, let's veer a little bit off-road through the grass and try to get ahead of them. And then once they start walking towards us, we'll just make sure we are not on the road, so we won't be sitting in their way. Literally just a line of lions along the road here. It's the coolest thing ever.
And the fun just goes on. Indabele and Swazi are still causing drama at the entrance. And I just saw something that I've never seen before in hyena behavior. It was about to happen again. And that was Indabele playing with heart. Sorry, that was my hat. In a real manner of play, you don't tend to see that too much with the adults. We just saw it with Indabele and Swazi. They're a bit younger than their brother and sister. But you don't tend to see it this is Swazi. With adults so much. And Hart was playing with them. They were rolling around, pretend biting. It's so nice to see like a fully grown adult. I mean, Hart is 7. Play like that with Indabele. But it is getting darker. I mean, we are in infrared, but there's still ambient light, but we're about to lose that last little bit of ambient light. So we will move on very shortly. But this has just been the most incredible sighting. No animosity, no aggression, no negative interactions between the hyenas. And lots of play, lots of fun. And it was nice seeing Hart just play like that. Normally the older ones, Corky, Ribbon, Hart, June, they just lie. Go for a swim occasionally, sleep. But Hart played. So this is Indabele. Swazi's walked off, followed Hart. Oh, now you realize you're on your own. Where's everyone gone? Oh, panic. Panic stations. Why do you have to stand right where the pole is? No, they didn't go that way. No. She doesn't know where they've gone. They went the other way. She's going to follow their sign. They're at the end of this road. Good girl, Indabele. So the adults have all left, which means the sighting is over. So I think after such a wonderful day, it's time to leave the den and send you guys back over to Rowan. Okay, you're sticking with us, but we do have to leave. I'm afraid. Just right on cue. Just as it's getting dark, it's perfect. It's time to go. Okay, bye, cubs. That was just... cannot get over how wonderful that afternoon was, or this afternoon has been. And I'm just going... I can smell them. Whew. I think they've been doing some anal pasting. Sorry, guys. Oh, okay. So we didn't go very far after all, did we? A roadblock. This is Hart. Got a really distinctive face, but very cute. She just wants to get away from the cubs. Okay, but we are going to leave the den area now because it is dark and I believe Rowan's trying to get one last look of the lions.
Okay, so we've now parked just off the road. You can see 3 lionesses in front and the youngsters following. Every now and then they stop just to listen to the lions contact calling. But we're also actually going to leave them here once they walk straight past the vehicle. And it's, it's amazing to see us being parked this close. It's like the youngsters are growing in confidence. So they might actually stop and just sniff around for a little while. And there's still the one youngster further around at the back. Of course, there's no chance that we are the first vehicle they're actually experiencing. can now hear the other lion calling. That's why this lion has stopped. Also just waiting for, there's one more cub behind her. It's so tiny in comparison to the lionesses. There's just one more little one. This looks to be the smallest cub of all 7. It's also the one with the mangy tail. And there we go. Guys, I think that is our time with the Nkuhumas. We'll leave them there, let them respond to the rest of the pride that's calling to them. Popo, Gabby's, nice to hear from you. It has been so nice. Thanks for sending us messages all the way from Switzerland. What a day. What a terrific day. I think Lauren, very pleased with how her afternoon turned out. For me, I'm very pleased how my entire day turned out. Just lovely. Let the lions be. Their direction is directly south. So I think they might cross out this evening. But, you know, very nice of them to come spend a day with us on Djuma. Of course, we will check the cut lines in the morning, just to check if they did cross out indeed. But I think tomorrow I'm actually going to try focus on finding the leopard again. Any leopard will do. Absolutely any leopard will do. We might just start off on this road, since we've been finding a number of female leopard tracks in this area. Actually, first time on quarantine, and then this morning here, pretty much going in the same direction of the lions. So she might have been spending a bit of time in this drainage system that I've now walked extensively, and I can tell you where the tambutis are, where the jackalberries are. Yeah, just spend a bit of time looking for leopard. Oh, I'm sending you to Lauren. Bye now.
And to top off an amazing day, we have a Janet. No, don't disappear. Still incredible views. We don't see Janets too often. Let's just give it a moment. I have a funny feeling it won't come back out, but you never know. How cool was that? What do you think, Davy? Connor? That was so cool. Wow, another nocturnal sighting. It's back, it's back, it's back, it's back. Janet. Oh, I know if I turn my engine on, which I have to do, I don't know if it's going to scare it. That is so cool. A tiny, tiny baby genet whose eyes were not even open yet. Completely out. Trisha fell out of the ceiling. It's a tiny baby, but Mom came back for it. Wow, let's see if we can get a little bit closer. Wendy, I don't feel you are okay. Abby, I'm going to try and get over this bump for you. Or how is this? It's remarkable. Oh, you just get these drives where everything falls into place. Rowan was desperate to see lions on this property, and he got to meet the Nkuhumas as well, which is very cool with the youngsters. And I've been desperate for a communal den sighting, and to top it off, look at this, the most relaxed genet you've ever seen. Walking up Twin Dams Road. See, I tell you, Twin Dams Road is the best road on the property. Maureen, you're saying what a spectacular sighting and an even more spectacular day. I know. I used to spend hours at the den. That's the longest I've spent at the den in a very long time. It's still there. My spotlight is still not working. Just turned into the long grass here. We almost had it. But that was fairly relaxed, I must say. Generally we have seconds of genets and that's I'm gone. Wendy, please don't do this to me. I am tired of Wendy. One more try. Okay, we shall give you some wonderful views for the last minute or so. That's so wonderful, Davi. But you can listen to the sounds of the bubbling casinos. Isn't that sound just incredible? The frogs. The ones who bubble. But thank you everyone for joining us today. It really has been incredible. And please do join us tomorrow. Until then, good night.